Tactical won earlier because he's been putting 20 every time. No second guessing, just do it.
Hello. I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off, trying to get ready. Let's see. Let's get this threaded. Hey, Raiders! Welcome! Thanks for the raid, Ironleaf. Sorry I didn't have my act together. I don't know, should I talk now? I don't know if you're all whoops. Going the wrong way. I don't know if you're all stuck in an ad or anything. Hi, honey bunny. Okay, let me know when somebody can hear me. Anybody here? Welcome, Raiders. Maybe you're all stuck in an ad. There we go. Hello, hey Raiders. Oh. Okay, apparently my thingy is not screwed in. Okay, maybe that'll work better now. Well, welcome, Raiders. Sorry, Ironleaf, that I didn't have my act together. I didn't reboot. We're gonna hope for the best. Hope my computer doesn't freak out at some point. So tonight I'm spinning more wool from I see that. Thank you. I'm spinning wool from a Gotland lamb. So I tend to think of Gotland as being kind of a medium wool, but this is very squishy soft. And I blended in some sparkle. Last week I spun some of this, but I had carded in purple sparkle. So tonight we have it's the sparkly fiber itself is clear, transparent, but it has a green flash in the light. And this will be spun into a 2-ply yarn and used to knit either a hat or fingerless mitts that'll go into my inventory. So how are you all doing tonight? I would ask how your stream went, Ironleaf, but I was there pretty much the whole time tonight. What's up with merino? Merino wool is reed that came from Spain that is considered to be the finest wool in the world finest in diameter, and among the softest. And the Spanish kept their flocks closely guarded for a very, very long time. Eventually, the Spanish nobility gifted some sheep to the French nobility, which they then bred to their liking and gave us what is now called Rambouillet. And there are tons and tons of different variants of Rambouillet. In this country, historically speaking, the British wanted to keep the colonists dependent. So the colonists were only allowed to have sheep that produced, shall we say, sturdy wool. Not soft wool, but stuff that would wear well, make serviceable clothing. But if you wanted the good stuff, you had to buy it from England and import it and pay all kinds of taxes. So when people started to feel rebellious, some folks managed to get their hands on some merinos and distributed them amongst farmers in the colonies who were willing to breed them, and George Washington was one of those. By the time my little town was founded in 1804, the locals were able to get the people who founded my town had amongst them many expert weavers and fiber people, and they were able to get their hands on 4 merino rams and use them to improve the local sheep. So they produced merino fabrics as well as fabrics from the other sheep that they were breeding with the merinos, trying to improve the quality of the wool. And we have records showing that by 1810 they were able to get $10 a yard for their finest wool broadcloth, and adjusted for inflation, that's somewhere around $300 a yard. So they were producing some pretty impressive fabric. I just figured out how to hear me. Well, my mic thingy on Streamlabs says that it should be picking up, and I can hear myself in my headphones. But from time to time, I'd be talking to myself thinking everybody can hear me, and they just think I'm focusing really hard on what I'm doing. But merino has been used to improve many other varieties of sheep. Improve meaning, make the wool finer. And they've been used in the development of many new breeds. Just, because it's soft. And lots and lots and lots and lots of merino sheep are raised in Australia and New Zealand. And there are large flocks here in the U.S. I have a friend who has introduced a couple of delayed merinos into her flock, which are the type of merinos that were raised here in our town. So anyway, I think they're very cool. Now, so that's kind of the history of it. What's kind of happens now is that there's been a lot of talk about merino, a lot of marketing of merino, and merino does have its good qualities, but we have gotten to the point where a lot of people think if it's not merino, they don't want it. Well, what breed is that? Oh, Corriedale? Oh, that's not merino? It's like, well, okay, so most of the sock yarn that indie dyers are working with is merino. But you really have to put like 25%, blend in like 25% nylon in order to have it wear well, because merino is a very fine, very short fiber. It's not strong. It's very soft, but it's not strong. And if you know what pilling is, if you have a merino sweater, it's going to pill under the armpits, or it's going to pill, if you are a college student and you carry around a backpack to class, anywhere that backpack rubs against the back of your sweater, it's going to pill. Means it's going to get these little balls that you have to shave off. There are other breeds that are more, some breeds are suitable, certain breeds are suitable for certain things. So, anyway, that's my educated opinion. Merino is lovely, lovely, lovely wool, but it's good for some things and not for others. Hello, Mate on the Hook. How are you today? I had a better day today. Some of you who were here last night. So yeah, yesterday wasn't so good. Today was a lot better. And I slept better. Although, it's like I didn't have any trouble falling asleep, but I did wake up several times. So I don't know what that's all about. But, I am glad you're doing great. I hope everybody is doing great. I'm really tired of people getting sick. So I think I forgot, I'm certain I forgot to change my commands tonight. So if you do the project thing or the yarn thing, it's not going to be correct. I need to fix those. But I washed some more of the Gotland lamb, although I'm not sure if this is from the same fleece. I took it from the bag I thought I took the previous from. But this seems to be darker, so more gray with less of the brown kind of tinge to it, and softer. So it's possible I grabbed from a different bag, but it's also possible that it's from a different part of the sheep, because sometimes frequently the wool is softer in some places on the animal than on others, and it's not unusual for a dark sheep to be different shades of dark in different parts of its body. Just like, we might sometimes have, I have gray around my face and not so much anywhere else. So, a similar sort of thing, especially as they age, because a sheep that's born black over the years will tend to become more of a gray sheep. Gonna have to visit more, trying to get together a colonial era bedroll. You have lots of questions. Well, ask whatever, and feel free to private message me. Like if you think of something at 3 in the morning, I'm probably still just getting off my stream. If you think of something at an odd time, just message me. That'd be fine. I have probably a fair amount of colonial knowledge, and if I can't answer a question, I probably can access somebody that I can ask. A lot of the research I've done has been French and Indian War era. I don't know if that's... But things didn't change very quickly, 200 and 300 years ago. Styles and practices didn't change like they do now. Okay, let me scroll up and see if I missed anybody. Do I make trade blankets? I have woven some blankets. I don't do it a lot because it's not something that really is. I don't really have a market for it. That's something I might consider doing on as a commission, depending on the circumstances, I guess. And mostly I've done like 45-inch wide by 2-yard long sort of thing. I don't have a loom that can do more than 45 inches wide. And it will, although I could do double weave, or I could, what was commonly done would be that if you needed something wider than the width of the loom, you'd weave 2 panels and then stitch them together. I have a double weave coverlet that's like 165 years old that was made in that way. Oh, your computer muted so it doesn't mess up your stream. Yeah. I frequently forget to, like, I'll put my own stream on Twitch so I can flip back and forth to that from Streamlabs and see, if I'm having trouble with buffering and stuff. And sometimes I forget to mute that, and then I'm like, why am I hearing an echo? Oh, that's because there's a delay. So yeah, ask away, and let me know what you think you might be looking for, and I'll see if I can come up with it. Oh, okay. You know what? I've probably watched that, and I could go look at it again. We have a lot of Townsend stuff in our house. Our housemate in particular is very brand loyal, and he just got the spider skillet and a paring knife that he'd wanted for a long time, but they're always sold out. So he was very excited to get those recently. Recently, as in like a week ago. But yeah, I know a lot of French and Indian War reenactors, and I volunteer at several historic sites, one of which is, like 1804 to 1814, but the other one is the Depreciation Lands Museum, and I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of the Depreciation Lands. There's a Depreciation Lands Museum in the Pittsburgh area. And the director is in my fiber guild, and she frequently wrangles a bunch of us to volunteer for events. And she just recently wove a bunch of, last year, wove a bunch of flax thread into linen fabric and made some various bits of kit out of the fabric. I'm like, huh? Well, first of all, where'd you get that thread? Did you spin that yourself? She's like, no, I didn't spin it. But it was much finer than I usually weave. I have woven that fine, but I have this fantasy. I want to grow flax and process it all by hand, and then spin it and weave the fabric for, the more likely to ever really actually happen would be to weave the fabric for all I can think of is chemise, but that's the French. The thing you wear under your gown. But the bigger fantasy is to weave a set of sheets for my bed, because wouldn't it be amazing to sleep on sheets that you not only spun and wove, but that you actually grew the flax? I don't know if I have enough years left to get that done, but it's on my bucket list. Yeah, he likes to support Townsend's because he likes their videos, and wants to support their business because they provide a lot of education. But I do love weaving historic textiles, and I love weaving dish towels or tea towels, as the case may be. Usable textiles. And I do weave a lot of scarves and wraps and shawls and that sort of thing, but if I could weave towels, tea towels, dish towels, all day, every day, I'd be happy. Well, I need to weave some so I can put them in my shop. All I have left from last year is Christmas towels. You posted a picture of your lamb on Discord. I have to go look. And I have this big wad of wool on my keyboard, so I can't see what I'm doing. Oh my goodness. Okay, people. If you're not already on my Discord, join my Discord and look in general and scroll almost to the end and look at the sweet, precious little lamb. And it looks like I'm behind on Discord. I need to get in there and say, hey, people, look at all the great stuff you're posting. Made on the Hook, that is so cool. And that was one of your special orders? Usable. Well, yeah, and I have an art degree, and I majored in, in my school they called it fiber design. A lot of places call it textiles. And, there were professors who didn't believe that we should be eligible for a fine arts degree because anything you can use isn't a fine art. So the weavers and the potters and anything they considered a craft, we shouldn't be eligible for a fine arts degree. So, we had to try even harder, than the painters and the sculptors to produce things that were not usable. And that just didn't make any sense to me. And, and now I can say, okay, yeah, what I do really is, I don't do art anymore. I don't try to do art. But what I do is fine craft. But, lots of people call what I do art. I don't know. There's a lot of snobbery in the art world. But I like to produce usable textiles. If you can wear it, how is it not art? If it's beautiful and you can wear it, and it was made by hand. But I'm fascinated by weave structures. The different kinds of fabric you can produce by using a different combination of threading patterns and treadling patterns to lift threads in certain orders and, just make all kinds of beautiful things. Gotta sleep. Good night, Tacticelt. Good night, Ironleaf. I'll talk to you guys later. I didn't do a very good job of carding this. I was in a mad hurry trying to get something ready for stream. It's entirely possible that I am not staying close enough to the mic because I have the last several days I've been knitting, and so the microphone is right in my face. And tonight I think I had it a little farther away. Is it better now? Okay, alrighty, yep, that was my fault. We'll try this. And look at the spark. Whoops, get it in there. Look at the sparkles. I didn't blend those in very well, did I? So there are going to be spots in this yarn that are more sparkly than others, but that's okay. So I met my new neighbor today. The house next to us has been empty for, I'm going to say, almost 2 years. The woman who lived there passed away unexpectedly, and her family cleaned out the house and sold it, and somebody bought it and spent about a year renovating it, flipping it basically. And, and he'd been showing it, but he's asking a very high price for our neighborhood. So we weren't sure it was going to work out for him. And then a month or so ago, I saw, just out of curiosity, I thought, because somebody had said they thought it sold, but the for sale sign was still out. So I looked on the website, and it did, or the real estate website, and it said that an offer had been made. And we're like, oh, well, now it's a quarantine, and real estate agents aren't allowed to do anything, and titles can't transfer and all that kind of stuff. So we weren't sure, what was going to happen, but I was out taking some kitchen scraps out to the chickens this afternoon and saw a woman in the backyard, and we talked, from across each other's yards. And she said she moves in next week, that the problem was getting an inspector. They had gone to the point where what they needed to do next was inspections, and they couldn't get anybody to come out and do it. So, but everything is hunky-dory now, and so it'll be nice. Now, that house has been empty for a long time. And she seemed nice. The woman who used to live there was difficult. She wasn't the sort of neighbor I would choose. She liked to stir things up amongst the neighbors. But we'll see. I'll be nice. I'll be nice to her. And she said something about possibly trading rhubarb for eggs, and I said absolutely. Am I doing anything with my hands? Yes, I am. I don't know if I can. See, I need to have more cameras. Because if I turn the camera so you can see what I'm doing with my hands, then you can't see the wheel. But let's see if I can get my hands so you can see my fat self here. I don't know if I can keep if I spin by with a long draw technique, and so my hands won't stay in the frame. I need a wider angle, and I can't really do that the way I'm set up. And like I said, I didn't get this carded very well. It's still got little bits and bobs that didn't get evened out. Oh, well, I'm glad it looks like it spins itself, because I'm actually arguing with it a little bit. But basically, I just draw out from the pile of fluff in my hand, and then the wheel puts the twist in it, and then the wheel, after it twisted, it draws it onto the bobbin. See, I have to try really hard to remember to keep my hands down where you can see them. I have to find something that's more. That wasn't a very comfortable position. And I don't have my spinning apron on today. And this isn't a very, I don't know if you can see that, this isn't a very even yarn. It's got quite a lot of texture, which is not typically how I usually obsess about yarns being smooth and even. But I've been trying to convince myself that it's okay to not comb everything, because this fleece is just too short to comb. So I'm carding it, and carding generally leads to when you card, you still have all the short fibers in there. When you comb, the combs remove the shorter fibers, and you get the longer fibers all aligned in a parallel direction. In carding, the fibers are all cattywampus. And I don't know if you can see that. See how they're all perpendicular and parallel and diagonal, and so what happens when you spin carded, you get carded fiber, you get what's called a woolen yarn, and a woolen yarn will trap more air. It'll be fluffier and trap more air, generally speaking, than a yarn that's spun from a combed preparation, where it'll be more dense and compact and smooth, sleeker. So if you think, compare a woolen sweater would be a big fluffy sweater to a worsted suit. It would be a very smooth finish on the fabric. Do you want me to leave the camera like this, or should I put it back the other way? Because like I said, I'm not sure I can remember to keep my hands where you can see them even in this position. Okay, thank you. Once I get the new space set up, if I ever get the table, let's see, how were we? I think about like that. I tried to order the table. I think I said that last night. And it wouldn't give me the option to have it shipped. It just kept pushing me to pick it up somewhere in Texas. And then Birding Mom said that, oh, well, cool. Well, eventually, once I have a table and I get set up, although ideally I want to have an additional camera, but I might be able to make my phone work, maybe. And then I can have a camera on the wheel so you can see the bobbin and the flyer, in addition to something so you can see my hands. And maybe my face if I get brave. It's like, I don't care if you see a picture of me, so why do I care if you see video of me? I don't understand what the difference is, but it's a thing in my head. And I don't know if I got enough of this carded to get through the stream, but if I don't, we will I will wind it off and ply it. I spent too much time today. I actually got up earlier today, but I spent time talking to the new neighbor, and I pottered around in the kitchen, and I finished my husband's laundry, and then I was like chatty in a couple of other people's streams, and I just plied a little back on itself. And I'm surprised how little sparkle there is in this. Like, for as much sparkle as I piled on. So, yeah, there are going to be bits that are really, really sparkly and bits that are not so sparkly. But everything I eat lately talks back to me. Really kind of tired of reflux. The plan for this yarn, you should do a face cam too. We will see. We will see. It'll happen eventually. I don't know how soon. The price of camera, for one thing, the price of cameras needs to come back down. This laptop does have a webcam on it, but it's kind of crappy. And if I flip the little thing up on it, then you'll be able to see how messy my dining room is, because it's right, you know, in the line of fire. But once I get, you know, my new little streaming station, whatever, set up, I don't know if I could figure out a way to use the webcam on this laptop if I'm streaming from the new computer. And the new computer is a desktop, so it doesn't have a webcam. We'll see. I'll figure it out, and it will grow over time. And I have seen that there's starting to be some webcams available on Amazon that are brand names I've never heard of, that are much less expensive than what, you know, the good ones are now going for, assuming you can get them. So I'm gonna wait until I can see some reviews of some of those. Yeah, I know, but I still don't want it going out on the interwebs if I can help it. We'll get it all worked out. Well, you know, I made the decision to start streaming, and then started streaming. You know, it was a relatively short period of time. And, you know, I didn't really think through how I was going to set up, and I thought, well, I'll just do this and this and this, and that'll be temporary. Well, you know, I guess and I really didn't expect things to take off the way they have. So, you know, now and then my computer started acting up, and so then, you know, I used my stimulus to get a new computer, because my whole life is in the computer. Need a computer. And so I've got the new computer and a new monitor sitting here waiting for something to put them on. And I need to reorganize the area where I plan to put them. And there are a couple of big bins of spinning stuff sitting there that need to be sorted through. And the borrowed guild loom is folded up and sitting there, and a couple of spinning wheels. I just have to reorganize things and figure out where things are going to live. Have to save your stimulus in case hubby loses his job. Yeah. Yep. I hear ya. Our jobs, as far as we know, will still be there. And technically, my husband is, at this point, is on call. He doesn't expect to get called, but, you know, he knows his job is there at this point. But, you know, if this goes on for a long time, you know, some businesses, I heard a speculation that they expect that 40% of small businesses aren't going to be able to come back. And that makes me really sad. You know, I love small businesses. And the restaurant where my husband works isn't technically a small business. They've got 2 restaurants and a facility where they can the beer, because they started out as a microbrewery, and now, you know, they actually can their beer and sell it locally in addition to on tap at their restaurants. But, you know, they're not a mom and pop by any, well, it's a husband and wife, you know, but what, you know what I mean, they're like a corporation now, but they're small, they're local, regional at least. So it's not like, you know, Olive Garden or, you know, something that has a corporate headquarters somewhere in any part of the country you go to, you can eat there, sort of a thing. You know, those kind of places are going to be fine. But the small places, it's hard to say. Your husband works for Brinker, the company that owns Chili's and... Okay, I'm familiar with Chili's. I'm not familiar with the other one. Did you say that he bartends, or that he used to bartend, or am I thinking of somebody else? Already had to take a pay decrease. That sucks. Well, and my boss said, you know, the reason that she is holding back on reopening is because she'd rather wait than to open and then have to close again, because she fully expects there to be I was going to say relapse, that's not the word, a second wave. And she said that financially it makes more sense to stay closed longer than to open and then close again and then try to reopen after that. And I'm not sure I understand all of the details of that, but, you know, I'm going to trust her. She's the business person. Okay, used to bartend. Now he works for corporate in the IT department. You know, you'd think that they would want to pay the IT people, not decrease their wages. Your English is great tonight. I don't know that mine's any better than last night. Last night there was alcohol involved. It's like, nope, no mics tonight. But I you know, And I wonder if that's why I was able to get to sleep so easily last night, was because of the mics. Tonight I'm just having London fog. Because I gotta use up my milk. Sometimes I forget I have milk and it sits in the fridge too long and gets, you know, how milk gets. The CEO took a 50% pay decrease. The CEO? Wow. Everyone in his company had a pay decrease, and depending on how much you make, determined the decrease. Well, yeah, I guess, you know, in some places, restaurants have been more open than in others. And in some places, restaurants are starting to open back up. We are still on carry-out only here, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with that in terms of contagion. I'm not fine with it. I was going to say I'm not fine with that in regard to my husband's income. But now we are one of the families who are in the position that he's making more not working because of the extra $600 a week or whatever it's supposed to be. Although he only got that a couple of times and now he hasn't gotten it anymore. So hopefully they'll get caught up with that. And then, see, my stepdaughter came to live here in August. And at that point, we were still paying child support because she hadn't graduated from high school yet. And so once she was out here, you know, we got that taken care of, and we're not paying child support anymore. So my husband got a letter he's been on unemployment for 2 months now. Got a letter within the last week saying that they were withholding this certain percentage for child support. And we're like, what? Excuse me, what? And then a couple of days ago, he got a check from the agency within the state government that does child support, sending him a check for child support overpayment. It's like, what? And then he got a letter from unemployment today. He got his most recent unemployment payment was for the full amount that he was supposed to have been getting all along. So apparently unemployment figured out that between unemployment and domestics, they figured out that he's not supposed to be being charged child support, and now he's going to get. So he should be getting 5 or 6 more of these checks. So, but you know, there's also the fact that when you work in a restaurant, you don't always get all the hours that you're scheduled for. If it's a slow night, somebody gets sent home early, you know, and that sort of thing. And so, you know, he's getting paid unemployment based on the number of hours he would be scheduled, not the number of hours he would actually work. But, you know, he's making more. He's getting paid more during this quarantine than he would be making if he was working. But and now I still am not getting anything because they are so far behind that, you know, my unemployment has been a train wreck, and they're so far behind that they still haven't gotten to my new stuff. Gotta find your scissors. Well, we'll see you when you get back. I'm gonna look and see who's lurking tonight. I see you lurkers. Okay, and I'm confused because it says there are 7 viewers. There are 9 listed. Some of them are names that I know are bots. So, maybe we have some people watching on their phones who aren't logged in. That might be why there aren't all those names listed. But anyway, welcome lurkers. You are welcome to lurk. But if you have any questions, don't hesitate to jump in and ask. And if I don't respond, just assume I didn't see it and ask again. I won't be offended. And I see a few of you there who came over with Ironleaf Potter. Thank you for continuing to hang out. I like to hang out over at Ironleaf Potter. She's fun to watch and she's interesting. And sometimes I get to see the baby. I like babies. Hey, honey bunny. In the next batch of this, I will process more thoroughly so it doesn't fight with me quite so much. Welcome back. I have scissors all over the place because my scissors disappear. A friend of mine used to always say she needed to have a pair of scissors in every room of the house. I thought that that was a very good life philosophy. But for me, it's like I have to have a pair of scissors in every bag. need to get backups. I have a lot of small ones, like this size, and even a little smaller, that are just, sharp and pointy. And I keep them anywhere where I might be working on knitting or whatever. And then I have one really good pair of Ginger dressmaker shears that I received when I worked at Sofro Fabric, probably 25 or more years ago. They had some anniversary, and they gave us all a pair of really good Ginger shears. And the idea was we were supposed to keep them in our apron pocket, and they were gonna have our names engraved on them, but that never happened. They wanted us to keep them in our apron pocket and use them at the cutting table, and my boss was like, absolutely not, you guys take those home. I'm not going to condone you ruining them cutting at the cutting table, or them getting lost or stolen or whatever. So we continued to use the Fiskars at the cutting table. So I have this really nice pair of Ginger shears, but they need to be sharpened very badly. Because we've had roommates over the years who didn't understand the whole "don't you dare cut anything but fabric with those" rule. And then I have, a bunch of cheap shears, old worn out Fiskars and that sort of thing, laying around here and there that people use for whatever. But yeah, I really do need to have those Gingers sharpened. And then I have a couple of pair of Fiskars pinking shears. And I don't know where they are. I have to think about that. I'd like to get a nice pair of Gingers pinking shears, but it has not been high enough on the priority list. But yeah, well, you know what? When I was your age, I had one pair. It's something that has grown over the course of my life. Just like spinning wheels. For many, 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 many years, I had one spinning wheel. Now, we don't need to talk about how many spinning wheels I have. More than I can afford. But this one, I got an offer I couldn't refuse, and happened to have the money. things accumulate as you age. Ghost Town tonight. It's quiet. There we've got people, but it's quiet. That's okay. And sometimes it seemed like for a long time, like, I'd come on about 11 and, there might be one or two people until a little bit after midnight, and then it would start to pick up. And then recently I've been having people, I've been having people coming in earlier. Partly I think that's been raids. Ashley has raided early, has like waited for me to come on and then raided. And tonight Ironleaf, she was like, "Are you gonna stream? How close are you? I can't milk this all night." It's like I'm working on it. I'm running late. I'm working on it. Been paying more attention to you than what I was trying to get ready. So that has brought people. That has brought people in early, but then it's just I have tried to keep track of which nights of the week I have more people and what time of the stream I have more people, and it just varies. It's like I can't find any rhyme or reason. So I suppose I will just not worry about it. Wow, and last night I had the biggest raid I've ever had. I think that one raid came in with like 65 people. That bumped my average concurrent viewers number up a little bit. Yeah, and then they were just like all over the place. It was funny. I had no idea what they were talking about most of the time. It's like, who is this Logan? Are we talking? Is Logan male or female? I can't quite keep up. But yeah, that was fun. And some of them stayed, hung out. You feel like they came from a party stream. Yeah, they were really wound up. We're pretty chill over here most of the time. Unless I've got a wild hair up my hiney about something. You checked out the dome maker? Is this bobbin lead? This is direct drive. The I don't know if you can see right here. There is a whirl and with a little rubber track on it, and the reason that there is a dark ring around the drive wheel is because of that little rubber edge on the whirl. So it is a direct drive with a bobbin brake. And I'm trying to think how it compares to. It doesn't really feel like a bobbin lead wheel, but it doesn't feel like a Scotch tension wheel either. It's like it's its own thing. Although it could be because all the bobbin lead wheels I've ever spun on, the Leclercs, and I have an old, one of the original Ashford Scholars that was bobbin lead, they all are, the drive ratios are pretty low. And on this one, I have quite a variety of whirls. And this is the smallest one, and it's what I use the most. And it gives me a pretty good, I can spin pretty well. It always looks thicker on camera than it does to my eye. But, I spin 2-ply sport all the time. I could probably spin 2-ply fingering, on this if that's what I was going for. So yeah. You tried one of these, the Roadbug or the Hitchhiker? You know what? It took me a while. It treadles weird because it's the direct drive. It's a very much a heel toe, where all of my, I talk with my hands and then you can't see what I'm doing. All my other wheels have a treadle where the footman is attached at the far end of the treadle, and it's very much a wait for it to get to the peak and push down, and wait for it to come back to the peak and push down. And this is very much a heel toe. And it took me a while, and it also is counterintuitive to me, because to spin clockwise, I have to turn the wheel towards myself, and that just seems backwards to me. It took me a while to get the hang of. Once I got, and I finally figured out that if I'm having trouble keeping it spinning, I probably have the tension too tight. So then I just fiddle with the tension and work it out. It took a while, but it has become one of my favorite wheels to spin on. It's currently the wheel getting the most attention, but don't tell the other wheels, because I don't want them to feel bad. The direction, yeah, it wants to stop and go the other way, especially if I've been plying on it, then it really wants to. It's like, but yeah, it's a good little wheel. And you know what, it's meant to be portable. I would say it's every bit as heavy as most of my other wheels. It's just a lot less awkward because it's so compact, and it's got the handy dandy little, handle. And I liked this one better than, with the Hitchhiker has this is extended up, and then it has the hitchhiking thumb, and that's the handle. I like the way this one looks better. I just found this one to be more aesthetically pleasing. But they work the same. They're the same wheel apart from that extension on the thing here. It's a nice little wheel. The other thing about it is the orifice sits very low, and your hands are far away from the orifice. So if you like to spin with your hands right up close to the bobbin or the orifice, it's probably not going to be a comfortable wheel. I mostly spin long draw or supported long draw, so it's fine for me. That doesn't make a difference. The other thing is, and I don't know if this is the nature of the wheel or if it's because this one had to be repaired. It got caught on somebody's pant leg and dragged down a flight of stairs. And so I got a really, really, really good deal on it. And for what I paid for it, I could have replaced the shaft on the flyer was bent, and so you could still spin, but it went thunk, 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 thunk really bad. But a friend's dad offered to fix it for me, and he's a machinist. So since I never really worked with it before it was repaired, I don't know if this is because of it being repaired. But the hooks don't, the arms of the flyer are not long enough for the hooks to fill the bobbin all the way down to the end. But see, I have some play here. So it might be that maybe the new shaft that he put in is a little longer than the original one was. And that may be why that is like that. So I can't say that that's an issue with the wheel. It's an issue with mine, but it might be because of the way it was repaired. Okay, now I think that there are, yeah. Made on the Hook checked out the Donut Maker stream. What did you think of the donut guy? Donut King? Is that what his is? I've watched a little bit, but mostly when I was doing other stuff and not really 100% paying attention. But I know that 9.5 really, really likes him. You really wanted donuts. Yeah, I had a roommate when I was in grad school that made donuts for a living. And it was one of those deals where it was like a 24-hour gas station party store sort of thing. And they had the little donut fryer or whatever. And she'd go in at like 3 in the morning and make donuts until whatever time. And she could bring home as many as she wanted, which was great for a little while. And after a while, we didn't want to ever see or smell donuts again ever. They were really good when they were warm, though. But yeah, I can't have donuts now. I could make donuts. I found a recipe online. I joined. I am more than half Polish. And over the last year or so, I've joined a couple of Polish heritage groups on Facebook. In certain times of the year, there's a lot of talk about Polish recipes and things. And then through that, I found some Polish cooking groups, and I found a recipe for punchkis. And if any of you are from areas that have a lot of Polish population, you've probably seen punchkis, except you might not have known how to pronounce it because, you know, it's Polish and way too many consonants, particularly Z's, C's, and K's, and hardly any vowels. But they're a donut that it was traditionally made during Carnival, or what more Americans would be familiar with as Mardi Gras, for the bakers to be able to use up all the extra butter and eggs and things so that they wouldn't go bad when nobody was buying those sorts of things during Lent. So they devised this recipe for a dough that has lots of extra eggs and sugar and butter and whatever, and it's a filled donut. One of the most traditional fillings is prune, and I say no thank you to that. But it's basically like a jelly donut, just a lot more rich. And they're really good for a couple of weeks, and then you don't care if you have them again for a year. But I found a recipe, and I have a deep fryer, and there's no reason I couldn't make my own. Of course, then I'd eat them. And, you know. You like strawberry ones. I like strawberry ones. I also like cream filled, but I'm picky about the cream. There is I'd say I'm not really into the custard ones. My husband likes the custard. I don't want the custard. I want a cream, like the kind of cream like in a cream horn or like wedding cake frosting. That's the kind of cream I want. And that's hard to find. Although in a little town that we lived in when I was first living with my husband, there is a donut shop. It's called Orem's in Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. If you ever get anywhere near Beaver Falls, and I don't know why you would, because, there's not much there. But there is Orm's Donuts right on the main drag. And the pastry, I don't know, it's some sort of family secret recipe or something, but oh my God, bring me the filled donuts, but don't bother putting the filling in. Just the pastry is so good. But of course, I can't have that. And people would talk about, oh, Krispy Kreme, and I had never had Krispy Kreme before I lived in Pennsylvania. And then when I finally had a Krispy Kreme, because there's one near where we are now, I was like, Orm's is better. Orm's is way better. But there aren't any, and my little town doesn't have any donuts. We've got 2 bakeries, and neither of them do donuts. One specializes in bread, and the other one is more like cookies and cakes and, pastries like that. But I always think of small town bakeries always have donuts, but the small town doesn't. But the shopping district, which isn't really a town, it's a shopping district that sprung up where there used to be farms, and it's called Cranberry Township. I think there's a Dunkin' Donuts there, and there's a Krispy Kreme. But I think that's all the only donuts that are near us. Yeah, but my husband's ex-wife once worked at Orm's, and she would bring us donuts. I'm like, stop bringing these, please. Well, why? Because I keep eating them. I really don't need that. My cough is not getting any better. And in fact, I'm starting to feel like I'm getting bronchitis. And I like to think that it's just my typical spring allergies turning into bronchitis, which is not unusual. It hasn't happened in a couple of years. It used to happen every year. I would get my yearly bronchitis. The last couple of years since I've been doing acupuncture, I have not had bronchitis, but I'm feeling like I woke up feeling achy today. So let's all visualize this just being my allergies behaving badly and not anything else. I will feel a lot better about it when we get news on whether or not we've actually been exposed. Okay, I'm halfway through what I had prepared, so I'm feeling this isn't going to fill the bottom. It might fill the bottom. So, Maid on the Hook, what are you working on now that your lamb is gone? I know I'm interrupting you while you're trying to work, but inquiring minds want to know. A bunny rattle and an ice cream rattle. The bunny rattles are my favorite. Somebody needs to have a baby so I have a reason to buy a bunny rattle. Hey, birding mom, how are you tonight? I'm spinning more sparkly yarn. This time it has a, whoops, more of a green flash. I can't really tell on the camera, I don't think. This particular sparkle fiber is sort of translucent, but it has a kind of a green flash. Glad things are good. Today was I was just saying, today was a better day. Though I feel like my allergies are turning into bronchitis. I'm hoping that that's what it is. I will be happy to get back to acupuncture whenever that happens. I'm gonna need a lot more coffee, so tired tonight. I haven't had any coffee today at all. I am drinking a quart. I'm drinking a quart of London Fog. So there's a little bit of caffeine in that from the Earl Grey. But is vastly more milk than tea, so not much caffeine. But yeah, even with allergy meds today, my face is puffy and my sinuses are kind of sore. It's spring, although it's cool. It was cool today, but warm enough to have the door open. But cool enough that my husband wanted all of his sweatpants washed. Like, maybe it's not time for me to switch to shorts yet. But I was trying to remember what I was talking about. It's supposed to get up to like 80 in the next week or so. It's like being the 50s and 60s and then shoot up to like 80. So we'll see. See if that forecast holds. Yeah, this is definitely softer than the last. And less brown. Although I think on camera it still looks like it leans towards brown. Birding Mom says one of my cats is being a total asshole tonight. He keeps looking out of the room like he sees someone walking in the house, and we are all alone here. You're not exactly relaxed or comforted. I think that cats can see. I think cats exist in more than one. Like we exist in this dimension. I think cats exist in more than one dimension, and so that's why they see ghosts. They see people and things and other cats in other dimensions. And so when I lived alone, that freaked me out all the time. And when the guys were working overnights and I was home alone at night before the stepdaughter came to live with us, it'd be like, okay, stop it. Whatever you see, stop looking at it. Making me nervous. Sorry. I've never had anything bad happen. even though I get a little freaked out about it sometimes. Well, and directly across the room from where I'm sitting, there's a doorway that goes into the entryway and the stairs that go up to the second floor. And frequently at night, out of the corner of my eye, I'll be sure I see somebody either coming down the stairs or walking past that doorway. It's like, okay, I'll pretend I didn't see that. Oh, yeah, if it's windy. Today, like a revved up pickup truck went by, and the cat's like looking at the kitchen, even though, the truck went by in the front of the house and the kitchen's in the back of the house. I'm like, you got your directions a little off there, kitty girl. But the kitchen door to the back deck was open, and none of the windows or doors were open on the front of the house, so she may have been confused about what direction the sound was coming from. But yeah, my cat gets weirded out when it's windy. They will often both look up the stairs when you're going to bed, like they hear something up there. I tend not to say nice things to them at that point. Yeah. My cat spent the evening trying to convince me to go to bed. Every time I went upstairs, she tried to lead me to the bedroom. It's like, kitty, if you want to take a nap, go lay down. It's not time for me. Although, my basement is a little creepy, but I comfort myself by telling myself that my cat really, really, really wants to go in the basement, and we don't let her because there's mischief she could get into down there. But if there was anything like, really bad or evil or whatever down there, she wouldn't want to go down there. So it must be okay because the cat wants to go down there. We, excuse me, when we lived in Beaver Falls, over where the amazing donut shop was, um, the dog was absolutely terrified at the basement. That didn't make me feel better. Thought if the dog is terrified of the basement, then maybe I should be too. Hey, Raiders! Hey, Hyper Zen girl. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. I am spinning tonight. I have a Gotland lamb fleece that I've been washing a little bit at a time. And this I carded some sparkles into on the drum carder. And spinning some yarn that will probably be either a hat or fingerless mitts or mittens or something. Something because those are all the things my inventory requires right now. Trying to get stocked up for the fall season. And Birding Mom says it was 2 years before she pulled up the wall-to-wall carpeting in the basement to make it into an art studio. Every time I got serious about ripping it up, I would dream about finding blood when I pulled it up. Well, hopefully you didn't find any blood. I think, I know that I personally have watched way too many scary movies and read way too many Stephen King novels before I decided that it was a really bad idea. Thanks for the follow, Paint27. What were you guys doing tonight? How was your stream? What did you get up to tonight, Hyper Zen girl? It's an amazing paint splattered floor. Cool. Yeah, our basement, part of it is concrete slab and part of it is dirt, which is part of the reason I don't let the cat down there, because I don't want her to use the basement floor for a litter box. So it's been kind of a quiet night. If anybody has anything they want to talk about or has any questions, feel free to jump right in. We were kind of talking about cats and their creepy ability to see ghosts or into other dimensions or whatever it is. You know, where you're sitting home alone at night and the cat's looking at something that it can clearly see and you can't. Although, you know, Birdie Mom, it's also possible that they don't see anything and they're just doing that to mess with us. We can talk about whatever. How are you doing tonight, Paint 27? I am spinning Gotland lamb with a little bit of Angelina carded into it for sparkle. And it will be a 2-ply approximately worsted weight. When it's finished. Made on the Hook used to be all about scary movies until she had babies, and now is a wimp. Gets scared so easily you won't even watch the murder mystery shows. I've gotten so I can watch things that are like thrillers, but if there's like a supernatural element, then, or if they're really, really graphic, like, you know, like the Hostel movie or one of those Saw movies, nah, none of that for me. Pint 27 says, I raise Icelandics, but do mostly needle felting. I've been doing a little bit of needle felting. I am not a needle felter by any means, but I like to use needle felting to get dryer balls started so that they're really dense in the middle rather than just, you know, winding robing into a ball. So I've been working on that when I've had frustrations I needed to needed to work out. Stabbity, stabbity, stabbity. What kind of things do you needle felt? And I have parts of a couple of Icelandic fleeces that I need to dump out of the bag and do something with. It was one of those things where somebody gave several fleeces to my friend who owns a local yarn shop, and she called and said, do you want part of some of these? I don't know what I'm going to do with all this wool. And I'd be like, well, you know, you could wash it and card it and sell it. She's like, no. Do you want some of it? It's like, okay, I'll come get some. "3D fiber sculpture animals mostly." Cool. Now, do you stream? I saw someone streaming needle felting animals, and they were very cool. And I think I followed her, but I don't think I've seen her since, and I don't remember what her name was. I keep thinking that I want to do that, but I was going to say I don't have the patience. I do have patience, but just, for different sorts of things. And I'm guessing that needle felting animals that are lifelike is not one of the things I have patience for. But I think they're amazing. Yes, it is perfectly okay to share a link. At least until people start abusing it, and then it may become not okay. But right now it's okay. Yeah, this is definitely the softest Gotland I have ever had my hands on. Although it's also one of those cases where the person I got it from said, I'm pretty sure this is Gotland. Because this is one of the fleeces that came from the stash to treasure at my guild last December. Pretty sure it's Scotland. Looks like it. It's just really soft, but it's lamb, so lamb is typically softer. Okay, we're gonna click on the Instagram. Oh my goodness. It's a corgi! Nice. Okay. And there was another link. Very nice. Very, very nice. And follow. Okay, following. And let me find where I am. Okay, there I am. Oh, sheep. Oh. Oh, very cool. Yeah, the Icelandic fleeces I have are dark. I don't think I have any white. Very cool. Thank you for showing us. Do you have just the Icelandics, or do you have any other fiber animals as well? And how many sheepies do you have? I thought that I learned to spin in my started spinning and weaving in my late teens and early 20s, and I always dreamed of raising sheep, but just never really lived in circumstances where it could work. And now I have circumstances where it could maybe work, but don't have the physical ability still to be able to handle livestock that large. So I have chickens, and from time to time I have Angora bunny buns. I've been thinking about getting a breeding pair and raising Angora for spinning and breeding for color. Have a gray spot ram, a gray black, and a white lamb. Cool. Oh, Birding Mom. Your friend's rescues got shortened this week. Sheep and alpaca plus one llama. Nice. My friend who has the merinos, I guess most of you weren't here when we were talking about that earlier. A friend of mine who has several Delane merinos, she started out with Lincolns and then got fins, black fins, and then ended up with a lot of black and brown and silver and gray and black and Fin Lincoln crosses. And then she had a barn fire and lost a lot of sheep. And then she started, she got some Delane merinos. And so now she has some Lincoln Fin merino crosses. Because she lets them do whatever they want. And then she started getting what are they? Cashgoras? But they're more of a mohair type than not so much a cashmere type. But they're miniature, like miniature Angora goats. But I'm pretty sure that she said their papers say they're Cashgoras. You have rabbits, but no fiber buns yet. I am also thinking about some meat rabbits. Oh, I didn't realize that Icelandics are small. I guess I've always envisioned, I guess I haven't seen them in real life because I've always envisioned them as being quite large. Yeah, and I know Shetland are small, but Shetland is not my favorite. See, I always wanted Rambouillets. Give me a 500-pound ram. Yeah, I always thought I wanted Corriedales and a Rambouillet. And then a couple of years ago, I sat and watched the Rambouillet breed show at Maryland Sheep and Wool and watched those big sheep flinging their handlers all around the ring and thought, that might have not worked out so well. Pygora, that's what it is. Pygora is what she has. You race mostly New Zealand. Icelandic tops at 150 pounds. Shetland are like 60 pounds. Yeah, a friend of mine who is small, a small woman, wanted sheep really, really bad. And she had her heart set on baby doll South Downs. And a bunch of us kept saying, they're not the, if you want to spin it, they're not, they're cute and they're small and everything. But, if you want to spin the wall, get Shetlands or black fins or, something else that's small and docile but has wool that you'll enjoy more. Well, she ended up getting the baby dolls. But they ended up, when she paid for 2 lambs before she had her fencing and stuff up, and when the people came to put the fencing in, they couldn't get they said for sheep you need to drive your stakes in at least 4 feet, and she didn't have 4 feet of topsoil because we're in western Pennsylvania. There's a lot of slate and stuff here, so she couldn't get. She ended up my friend who has the other sheep is now boarding the baby doll South Downs. But I don't, while my community does not have an ordinance against hooved livestock, I'm guessing that sheep or anything like that would make enough noise that my neighbors would complain, and then I'd get an ordinance. I'd get a noise violation and have to pay a fine. The neighbors are okay with the chickens, as long as they don't leave my yard and go dig up, their gardens. So when I was talking to the new neighbor today, I said, we mostly the chickens are enclosed, but from time to time we let them out to free range in the yard and eat bugs and stuff. So if one hops the fence and gets in your yard, let us know and we'll come get it. And she said, well, I am going to be getting dogs. So, and I said, you know what? If one of my chickens goes in your yard and your dog kills it, that's not your fault or your dog's fault. That's my chicken's fault for leaving the safety of her own yard. £200 goats, wow. Now see, I don't want goats. They're too smart. My experience from observing my friends who have sheep and goats is that the goats will find the hole in the fence and show the sheep where it is, and pretty soon they're all taken off down the road. And Birding Mom's friends have temporary sheep that are either taken from people by animal control mostly or given up by people in over their heads. You know what? I think it's easy to get in over your heads with livestock. Baby bunnies. Let's go see the baby bunnies. Oh, it says it's an invalid dynamic link. If you get on my what do you call it? My Instagram, to which there should be a link around here somewhere. There are bunnies and chickens. Yeah, I presume that sadness is in regard to people's to animals being taken by animal control. But for the sake of the animal, I think they're better off ending up with somebody who can take care of them. And I know that, there are circumstances where somebody might really, really love their animals, but just for whatever reason is not in a position to be able to take care of them. So the last Angora rabbits I had were kind of rescues. A friend of mine and her husband had lost the lease on the small farm they had been renting for quite a long time, and it happened suddenly, and they had to find places for all their rabbits and all of their chickens, and she only had 2 Angoras at that point. She had had quite a lot of them previously, but she still had 2, and they were sisters. They were litter mates, and they were getting kind of elderly. And I took to them, and they lived out the rest of their lives being spoiled rotten and getting to watch chicken TV all day. And then I decided that I wanted to breed Angoras, and started researching color genetics in Angora rabbits and all that kind of stuff, and hanging out on Angora forums, but it just hasn't happened for a variety of reasons. My health having been questionable the last couple of years has been part of the reason. And there are days in the winter when I have to go out and feed the chickens before I go to work, and it's 100 bazillion degrees below zero. And I was like, oh man. And those are the times I'm glad I don't also have rabbits I need to take care of. the same with their alpacas. Then they find them homes where they know what to do. Well, and and a lot of people in the last, I don't know, how long ago was that? It was before we had this house. I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 years ago. I know someone who has an alpaca farm and has a fiber mill that she invested in to process her own fleeces, but also does, a lot of other people's fleeces. And there was a period of time when hay prices rose dramatically, and people were. I mean, it's like every week she'd be like, "Know anybody who wants any alpaca? Some free ones." I know somebody who's got this and this and this animal. They just want them to have a home. And I remember when they first brought alpacas into this country, and well, when they first brought them in from Peru, I think. And one of my massage clients at that I was still doing massage full time she was a trust fund baby and always wanted to use her money to do something good, and just never had really fallen into the right place. Well, so she went to this alpaca show and sale, and she was gonna just look and about $250,000 later she had herself some alpacas. And they were quite expensive. And I think she paid like $150,000 for a 6-pack. And now people give them away for free. The market got saturated, and then like I said, if the price of feed goes high, people can't afford to overwinter them. I think I keep getting far away from the mic again. I'm sorry. Feel free to tell me if it sounds like I'm not loud enough. I like spinning alpaca, and I've spun llama, and I like spinning llama. But and they're cute as can be. But I don't like having that green, nasty stuff spit at me. It smells bad. I like seeing a field full of alpacas. Or we'll be at the fair and people are like, "Oh, look at the alpacas. Oh, listen, they're humming." And I'm like, that means they're stressed out. Back the hell off or they're going to spit at you. It's like, no, that means they're stressed. Get away. Leave them alone. I miss having bunnies, so. After the last one died, our housemate was like, "No more bunnies." He gets attached. Okay, chickens, baby bunnies, and sheep. Are those barred rocks? Oh, look at the pretty blue-eyed sheep. I didn't see baby bunnies, I just saw chickens and sheep. Barred Rock. We had my Barred Rocks always made me think of my grandma. And I don't know why, because grandma always had a mixed flock and grandpa always had a bunch of Aracanas back in the days before they had bred the Americanas. But the Barred Rocks, for some reason, is what I always associated with my grandmother. So when we got this house and we were finally able to have chickens, I wanted a mixed flock and I wanted a couple of Barred Rocks. And so we had 2, but they are both gone now. Our Roo just passed away a couple of weeks ago, which is fine. He wasn't supposed to be a Roo. And he was ornery as all get out. But I still loved him. He was, when they were little baby chickies, he was the favorite. My husband liked him the best, and I liked him the best, and I'm not sure what the housemate thought, but... And my husband was the baby chicken whisperer. It was hilarious. But, yeah, he grew up and he was ornery. But we didn't have the heart to put him in the freezer. So he got to live to a ripe old age. Ooh, and Coco Marins. But he's the best rooster. That's cool. It's always good when you have a good rooster. Carl goes for car rides. I love that. You race New Zealand and Japanese Harlequin mixes. Nice. Okay, well, let me look at it again. And look at all the little buns. I love little. Oh, there's a lot of scrolling to be done. How did I miss that? Oh God, I love bunnies. Aww. Oh, look at the little lamb. I love lambing season, and I get to go and play with the lambs. Oh, lamby kisses. Very nice. And he likes Arby's. Yeah, my chickens think they can come in the house. You know, if they happen to be out, they'll wait at the kitchen door. You go in the kitchen and they're like, "What are you doing in there? Got anything for us?" And there's a door that goes out from our second floor onto a small upper porch, and then steps that go down to the main deck that comes out the kitchen door. And my husband will sit up there, and the chickens will hop up the stairs and go up and hang out with him. They're definitely a bunch of goofballs. So are your chickens raised for dinner? Or your bunnies? Because I take it those are, pretty sure New Zealand is a meat breed. I have had several people recommend meat breeds to me, but I think I'm going to just end up with whatever I can get locally to start with. And somebody in my Spinners and Weavers Guild has offered to teach me how to butcher them. Sorry, maybe should have given a trigger warning. But you know, that's not going to happen until after all of this quarantine and stuff is over. Oh, but you've been selling more as breeders since COVID. That makes sense. A lot of people are starting herds. Yeah, all of a sudden, all those people that used to make fun of preppers are thinking maybe they were onto something. Well, yeah, and with the prices of beef and pork going up, I'm not sure everybody's going to find that they're really able to process their own meat rabbits, though. We've really been steered away from, you know, hardly anybody grows up on farms anymore. And there used to be some really good videos on YouTube where people were demonstrating how to process rabbits and process chickens. And a lot of them, YouTube took a lot of them down because people complained about them. Rabbit is retail at $10 a pound. Huh. Birdie Mom's daughter did rabbits in 4-H years ago, and her teacher had a meat rabbit dropping into worm bins, and she sold rabbit meat worms and mostly castings. Well, you know, and that's really smart to have worm bins underneath the rabbit cages. You have processed both and posted processing videos. Now have you, yeah, poop is gold. You know, my, we need to muck out the chicken yard. And that's gonna grow some good tomatoes. And even the, there's like a space behind the chicken coop and the back fence to the alley where the chickens like to hang out when they're out, you know, hanging out in the yard. And last year, some volunteer tomatoes came back up there, and they grew like crazy. It's like, thanks for the fertilizer, girls. So we need to muck out their enclosure. And the housemate has been building raised beds this spring. So, and he's like, well, you know, I need to buy a bunch of dirt. I said, well, you know, put some of that chicken muck in there. Just mix it in. You'll be glad you did. My chickens like to hang out under the bunny hutches. I'm surprised that they didn't get peed on. I suppose it was probably very entertaining for the rabbits. But if I decide I'm going to raise bunnies, I'm going to have to if I'm going to breed bunnies, I'm going to have to build more hutches. What part of the country are you in, Pete? Rabbit math is like chicken math. Yeah, pretty sure you're right about that. You're in southern Indiana. Okay. I'm in western Pennsylvania, so you're not close enough for me to say, hey, I need to buy some rabbits. I could probably buy some from my friend in the guild, but I like to share the love. It topped out of 50 chickens. Well, we have something like 2/10 of an acre, and we're in town. It's a small town. But, yards our parcels are pretty big. And my house in the front sits about 6 feet from the sidewalk. There's room for a flower bed in front of the house. And so all the rest of it is backyard. And we started out, the intent was to have 5 hens. Well, and then we accidentally had a rooster. And then the next year we got more chicks. And, at one point we had 15. And that's like way more than we needed for our yard. Especially since 3 of them were roosters at that point. Because I had bought a pair of blue Americanas, thinking that, well, I've already got one rooster. What's another one? Maybe I'll raise some Americanas, and maybe I can sell some blue Americanas. Maybe I can sell some of the chicks, since they were going for like, $20 a piece at that point. Well, so we had a roo and a hen, and then somewhere along the line, the hen decided that she was also a roo, and started crowing, and started mounting the hens. And I'm like, what the? So she was our transgendered chicken. And so there did not become any blue Americana chicks from that. But then one other hen, Buff Orpington. A Buff Orpington hen got broody. And so I just kept giving her eggs. And she only managed to hatch one. And it was a little black puffball. And so I figured that since the other choice was that it was either, the father was either a blue Americana or a barred rock, that since the chick was black, it was probably the blue Americana, because they'll throw black chicks. And turned out it was a little baby roo. But he was solid black. He was beautiful. And he was a really nice roo. But he just, at about 6 months old, one day he just dropped dead. I was like, well, I don't know. And we wondered if maybe the blue Americanas are just so inbred that there was some sort of a genetic flaw or something. You're actually that just through Ohio. You've dropped bunnies in Tennessee. Well, we're about, if I can speak, we're about a half an hour north of Pittsburgh, off of 79. used to have 50 chickens, 14 ducks, 9 goats, 6 sheep, and you top at 30 rabbits. Carl is 5 years old this year. My Roo that we just lost was 5 years old this year, I think. Nope, he would have been born the late winter of 16, so he was 4. So, and his Barred Rock lady she died last summer, and she just laid down and acted sleepy, and the next day was gone. Although most of the chickens we've lost have just dropped dead, both of the blue Americanas. Got up in the morning and they apparently had fallen off of the roost and were laying dead on the ground. And we wondered when the black Roo also just dropped dead, if there was a genetic flaw. Because, there wasn't any reason. They didn't appear to have been sick. They were acting just fine. You were going to move to West Virginia. Well, the panhandle, excuse me, the panhandle of West Virginia is not too far from here. Burning Mom says, be right back, getting warmer for the tea. Getting warmer on the tea. We'll see you when you get back, ma'am. Sadly, yours get taken by predators. Had a fox take your Americana. We have seen the occasional hawk, and there have been 1 or 2 times when they have tried to get a chicken. But the one time the Americana rooster chased it away, and another time the housemaid chased it away. And then there was one night, I don't remember if it was the last summer or the summer before, must have been the summer before. We had one hen that wouldn't go in and roost at night. And she'd just, hang out in the bushes and sleep. And one night I heard there was like the most horrible, horrible sound out in the backyard. And I was home alone. My husband and the housemate were both working midnights at that time. And so I go running out there and grabbed a mop. It was the closest thing I could find. And, trying to turn on the flashlight on my phone. And there are feathers all over the place. And possum trying to get out the fence. And so there were several places in the yard where there were big piles of feathers. No hen to be seen in this, so I went chasing after this possum with the broom. And, I don't have a problem with possums. They eat ticks, and we have Lyme disease here. And, but you don't mess with my hens, So that, it got out of the fence and went on its way, but it's probably still having nightmares about mops. But, and so I just figured, our poor girl, she wouldn't go in and roost with the rest of the chickens, and she paid for it with her life. And the next morning, I went out to feed them, and she came running across the yard with no tail feathers and hardly any wing feathers, but she was so happy to see me. So she looked really funny for a while and couldn't fly at all, but the feathers all came back. But then she got egg bound last summer, and housemate was giving her sitz baths, and We were doing everything they say to do, but she didn't make it. Towards the end, we think an egg got broken up in her egg canal or whatever it is, and she I don't know, she didn't make it. And when I found her, picked her up to take care of her body, she was feather and bones. She didn't weigh a thing. Carl broke both wings of a hawk that took one of his hens. He's a good roo. My roo wasn't that good. The Americana roo was that good. Maybe not that good, but really good. But our and we have not named them. Except I always said, be careful what you name a rooster, because I've known too many people who've said never name a rooster Diablo, because they'll live up to the name. I always said the next rooster I was going to name Percy. He could live up to that all he wants. I like Carl. Carl's an awesome name for a rooster. But, so if the first batch of chickens is 4 years old, then the second batch is 3 years old. We need to probably next year maybe get some more chicks. Because, otherwise we're going to just be running a retirement home and feeding chickens that aren't laying eggs. We didn't get, maybe like 3 eggs all winter. And once the quarantine started, they started laying eggs again. So we're getting, I think we have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we have 11 hens right now. And we have them separated into 2 groups. The one group is younger, and we get eggs from them almost every day. And the pen that's mostly the older hens, we hardly get any eggs, maybe 1 or 2 a week. And they won't use a nest box, they'll lay them in the mud. More Carl. Yay. Oh, he's a big boy. He's beautiful. I love barred rocks. Yes, he's a very good-looking chicken. I would love to have a rooster again, but we're gonna avoid it. He got a blue ribbon at the fair. That's awesome. Holy cow, where'd all these people come from? Was there a raid that I missed? Welcome, everybody. I am Snoring Cat Fiber Arts. I am not the Snoring Cat. She's upstairs, probably snoring right at the moment, but she occasionally manages to get her little furry face in the stream. And I am a professional fiber artist, textile artist, and mostly full-time. I do have a part-time job at a local art gallery. And oh my goodness, this is the last ball of fluff that I have ready. But I will, I can wind it off and start plying it if we. Yeah, it's only been 2.5 hours. I'm gonna run out. On stream, I mostly spin and knit. I plan to weave on stream at some point once I can get the logistics figured out of how to get the lights and cameras and things pointed at the loom. So at this point, I mostly spin and knit. And we talk about all sorts of things here. We try to keep it PG-13, but I grew up in the Navy, so I know all the words, and sometimes they come out. But, you know, just in case somebody's kids are, you know, up this late at night, or somebody has more delicate sensibilities, try to keep it as PG-13 as possible. And lurking is always welcome, but don't hesitate to ask if you have a question or if there's something you want to talk about. Sometimes we get into deep philosophical conversations here. Sometimes we just talk about silliness. Tonight we're talking about chickens, among other things. Now see, every time I do that intro, the number starts to drop. I guess they didn't want to hear me talk about that kind of stuff. They must have just wanted to hear us talk about chickens. And look at the chicken! Is that Carl? Are those your emotes? And is that Carl? That's awesome. There's all these little black tufts on the floor by my feet, where I'm picking the little noils out of the second cuts or whatever out of the bowl. Because I didn't do that before I carded it. And I'm wondering if, because these locks seem a little longer than the drop everything all over the floor than the last batch. They're still kind of short, but I'm wondering if it would be worth trying to comb some. I don't know, maybe not. That one's longer. Longer locks tend to comb better. Okay, I'll pick the rest of that up when I'm done. Because if I bend over and try to pick that up, I'm going to whack my head on the microphone. I'm sad that you can't see the sparkles on the bobbin from the camera's not picking them up from that far away. There's probably not enough direct light on the bobbin. Oh, anybody recognize? Yeah, the socks with the black fluff on them. Those were the socks from a couple of weeks ago. Welcome back, Burning Mom. nice. I was trying to show off my socks, but they've got bits of black wool all stuck to them because I just keep dropping it all over the floor. And thank you. And Maid on the Hook thinks she got her second wind. All right. I am remarkably alert tonight. But like I said, I think I even though I was awake a couple of times, I think I slept better. So, do any of you who are streamers know when I get the new computer set up and get Streamlabs installed and log in, will all of my overlay and scenes and all that stuff be there, or am I going to have to rebuild my overlay? I realize I will probably have to or that I may have to upload or install the images on the new computer. But will I have to painstakingly place all of those things in their places, or is that on the cloud? I guess I don't know. I don't know which of my settings and things are in the cloud and which are on my computer. Yeah, I have no idea either. I keep hoping there'll be somebody in chat who knows more about it than I do. Probably Ashley, and Ashley's not here tonight. Hi, kitty. There's the kitty. What you doing? Besides trying to knock over the tripod. The chickens are bigger than she is. She likes to look at them through the window. When one came in the kitchen, she wasn't exactly sure what she thought of it. She kept her distance. Now the bunnies, she liked the bunnies. They were buds. Because sometimes bunnies would come in the house. Because, if it was miserably hot outside, and Angora rabbits have all that fur. And I tried doing the, freeze a water bottle and stick it in the hutch so they can lay against it. They were like, what is that? Get it out of here. So they would come in the house so they could lay on the cool hardwood floor and hang out with the cat. And it was all good and fine until they chewed on Ethernet cable. And then, in my husband's mind, rather than being where they had previously been, oh, cute, fluffy bunnies, they suddenly became those damn rabbits. But it was too hot outside for the bonds. And thank you, Streamlabs, for spamming everything all at once. They're supposed to be spread apart, not all lumped together. Had a bun growing up, and he just hop past a wire, and we'd have to kiss it goodbye. Yeah. And I always be like, Bun, don't chew on that. You're going to electrocute yourself. We don't want to have bunny fricassee. Yeah, when I had a house bunny years ago, my first Angora was a house bunny. And he'd be out, and it was a different cat, because it was more than 20 years ago. and he and the cat would hop around and chase each other and had a good time. But when I moved, every cord that was like behind anything had all these little chew marks, and I'm surprised he didn't burn my house down. And there she is again. What is it, baby girl? She retired. Requires some attention, thank you. What? I'm busy right at the moment. Yes, I know. It's my job to pay attention on her schedule. So now she's going to sit with her back to me, but her ears turned back, so I know she's listening. She's like, I'll leave my tail in the frame. All that's kind of behind the kitty in the frame. There's a, what is that thing called? The My Little Cat thing. See if I can find the Capamon, is that it? Anyway, whatever this little kitty is that waves at you when you come into chat, is available. The little kitty sitting by the tip jar. I think it's Capamon. Anyway, the white one is free. They have other skins that you can get for a price. And they do have a tuxedo cat, and I am eventually, someday whenever I get a payout from Twitch, I'm going to get the tuxedo cat, because the snoring cat is a tuxie. And the cat on the stream should match. Right, kitty baby? You didn't realize I had a tip jar. You're the one that's always filling it up. I was going to point right there at the corner, the bottom right corner of the screen is a little glass that all the bits and things fall into. And there's a white kitty sitting right next to it. Right underneath the spinning wheel. My plan is to oh, see? Now, did you see the little corgi heads fall down in the jar? Or the glass, or whatever it is? I want to replace it with a mason jar, but I have to find a transparent mason jar graphic that I like. Well, I'm glad that you saw it. And thank you for the bits. Thank you so much. I'm keeping you awake for about another hour. Actually, it has been a little over 3 hours, and I should probably take a short break because, I never realize I have to pee until it's too late because I'm old. So let's take about a 10-minute or so break. Oh, I had to crack my ankle. And get up and stretch. And, get a snack or something to drink or stay and chat amongst yourselves. And I'll see you in probably about 10. welcome back if you're still here. I'm almost finished with this fluff. And then, since there's about an hour left, oh, nope, there's less than an hour left. We will, 45 minutes or so left. We'll wind it off and start flying. Thanks for still being here, you guys. And Mate on the Hook is working on some rattles. I love the rattles, especially the bunny rattles. So I just went out to the kitchen, and used to be if I went out to the kitchen in the middle of the night and turned the light on, that the rooster would crow. And I find myself waiting to hear it, and he's gone. I miss the crowing. If I lived out in the boonies, I would always have roosters. Yeah. Thank you, Birding Mom. I'll get used to it. It's just, you get used to something. And you always knew when people in the neighborhood were getting up and around and leaving for work, people turning their lights on in their houses and starting their cars and stuff, and he'd start making some noise. Hey, kitty butt. No, she wants to get up here. Kitty. Alrighty, that's the end of the prepared fluff. So, let's see. Try to you guys see the. Whoops. Oh, try muzzle it that way. Maiden, the hook is off. Too tired to think straight. Good night to you too, friend. We will see you. I'll be here tomorrow night. What, today's Wednesday, right? Yep. I'll be here tomorrow night. So perhaps we will see you then. See if you can see the sparkles. know that this is not the most interesting part of the process. So I should probably talk to you. Anything anybody wants to talk about? Everybody is tired. It is 2:30 in the morning if you're on the East Coast. I don't even know who's here. People are here. Well, this is the single ply. I will ply them together in the opposite direction. So basically, I'll run them through the spinning wheel again, but 2 strands held together, and they'll spin in the opposite direction, which will relax some of the twist and will make it obviously it'll make it about twice as thick as it was as a single. It will create some more airspace, making it, giving it more insulative value, and will make it, if you knit with it, the stitches will be more inclined to lay straight rather than angling on a bias, which is often what happens with if you spin or knit with the singles. For weaving, people often leave it as singles, but you can ply it also. Gives it more strength. And then after it's been plied, it will probably be knit into a hat or mitts, fingerless mitts or mittens. Unless I like the way it looks in the skein, and then I might take a picture of it and list it for sale in the web store that I'm still working on. Sometimes I do use it for weaving. Sometimes worsted weight, but often I'll spin finer for weaving. So, Birding Mom, did you see the finished hat? The finished hat from the last batch of sparkly yarn? I haven't woven the little tails in yet, but this is the one. The light isn't just right for you to really pick up. Oh, that's a little better. So this was the same fleece, but this bit looks a little more brown. So this maybe was more from its back. And what I'm spinning tonight didn't have as much sun bleaching in it, so it might very well have been from a different part of the sheep. I love sparkly. Sometimes it seems like winding the ball goes really fast. Sometimes it goes really slow. I'm winding it into a center pole ball. So then when I ply, I can, since I don't have two separate bobbins, I can just ply from the two separate ends. Like take each end and hold them together. And that works. But that means I have to wind it off of the bobbin. If I had had two bobbins, I could just, swap out bobbins and away I would go. But that would require that I plan far enough ahead that I have enough to spin that it'll fill two bobbins. Stellina, yeah. This particular, the brand name of this is Angelina, but I'm pretty sure that the sock yarns that have Stellina in them, I think it's exactly the same thing, just from a different manufacturer. And basically what it is, it's made, Stellina and Crystallina and Angelina are made by the companies that manufacture the poly glitter. And just instead of cutting it into squares or rectangles or hexagons or whatever, they shred it into very fine fibers that can be blended into spinning fiber. And I used to be part of a co-op. It's probably been 10 years ago now. And we would order to get, the wholesale price. You have to order like 10 pounds of a color. Well, who in the, what indie fiber producer is going to ever use 10 pounds of a color? So we banded together and did co-op purchases. And so I had like, a pound of gold and a pound of this color and half pounds of a bunch of other colors. And I've used quite a lot of them over the years, and I still have quite a lot. My husband insists that it reproduces. I fear that someday I'll run out and I'll need to get more. Yeah, I think a couple of people have asked, and so I think the next time I order sock yarn for dyeing, I'm gonna order some with Stellina. So if you were, now no obligation obviously, but if you were gonna order sock yarn that sparkled, would you prefer that it had silver Stellina or gold Stellina? Because there are two places I get sock yarn. One doesn't have sparkle at all. The other has both silver and gold. And I was thinking about browsing through Etsy and see if I can see if one is used more commonly or offered more commonly than others. But, you know, I could also just ask y'all. You know, I think I can set up polls on CloudBot. I should make a poll. If I can figure out how that works. I am, if I have not already said it 100 million times, I am absolutely thrilled with these socks. These are the socks from the Knitted Wit. What did I say it was? Mocha Latte. I was going to go over to the yarn shop this week and see if she had what she has in the way of Knitted Wit. But now I have to wait until we find out whether we have indeed been contaminated or not. Contaminated. Exposed. Might as well be contaminated. I'm really happy with them, and I think the next however many socks for whatever period of time are gonna be ankle length. I'm very happy with happy with the way they fit. They will be, I mean, there are times in the summer when I want to wear socks, and you know, just that extra bit of fabric for the leg is just, it's too warm. And I think, you know, ankle length will be manageable. And thank you very much. I am very pleased with them. And y'all helped. It's like with the shake and bake. Y'all helped. Oh, this yarn is gonna be a little bit on the rustic side. A little lump and bump here and there, but that's okay. It's not my usual. I have to keep telling myself it's okay. It's okay for yarn to be rustic. Oh, there goes Kitty. She finally decided that laying on the arm of the chair wasn't going to get my attention after all. I keep bumping the cord of the microphone. Can you guys hear that? It's like it's not footsteps in your house. It's my hand bumping the microphone cord. Okay, there's the end. Alrighty. Let me find find the ends, and we'll ply this puppy. So we go in the opposite direction. And apparently we need a little more tension. So, I have yarn tangled around cords and cables and things. So you can see there's two. I don't know if you can see that. There are two strands or plies. That's how the yarn looks after it's plied. Knitters are probably more used to seeing 3-ply and 4-ply yarns. Like most knitting worsted weight that's commercially spun is 4-ply. Most hand spun is 2-ply, unless it is end plied or chain plied. Then that is plied from a single ply of yarn, where you use a technique that is like a crochet chain, and you chain it and then spin it in the opposite direction, so you end up with 3 plies, but they're chained together. And the reason that hand spun knitting yarns are most often 2-ply is because it takes 4 times as long to spin 4-ply as it does 2-ply, or twice as long, I suppose that would be, because you have to spin each individual ply and then you have to ply them together. And then the question is, since the bobbin was nearly full, will it all fit in its plied form? Because like I said, the plied yarn has more airspace in it, so even though it all fit on the bobbin as singles, it might not all fit as plied yarn. you stick your fingers in the by the flyer when it's spinning, it will whack you. Yes, every cat I've ever had has found out the hard way. I have a weakness for gray wool, gray fleeces. Natural gray wool, not dyed gray. And my friend was showing me baby lamb pictures earlier this spring. And I was like, oh my God, and the mother was in the picture. I was like, oh my God, her fleece is beautiful. Is it spoken for? I want it. And she laughed at me. She's like, it's white. She's just dirty. It's like, oh, in the picture it looks like this gorgeous gray fleece. And I have always wanted to get my hands on some gray alpaca fleece. But gray is not a common color, and none of the people I know who have alpaca have gray. Birding Mom, would your friends by any chance have any gray alpaca and fleece from it that they'd be willing to part with? I also have a weakness for, what do they call it, rose gray alpaca, and those I have not ever been able to get there's a light rose gray and a dark rose gray, and I've never been able to get my hands on them. Even better if I could trade for it. I like doing the trades where the person sends me the fleece and I spin the whole thing and send half the yarn back to them. LOL, you were just going to check. Because they are rescues, most haven't been shorn in ages, so you don't want those. Oh, I didn't even think about that. If they haven't been taken care of, they probably have not been shorn. I wouldn't mind finding a nice black, really, really black alpaca fleece too. I need to stop putting it all out there to the universe though, because I don't know how far my money's going to go since, quarantine and all. Don't think she trades, but there is one with a shop and rescues. So let me link her shop. All right. I'd be willing to buy, well, depending on the price. Like I said, I'm not swimming in money this year, but money does come in from time to time. And some of it gets spent on the business, so to speak. Hi, baby kid. What? What's that? Okay. And when I ply, I don't know if this happens to other people or if it's just me and I'm weird, but when I ply, the yarn winds onto the bobbin all wonky. Whoops, wrong way. Okay, you let go of that hook, and you go there, and you guys go that way. Okay, stop. I'll see it went all wonky. Okay, can't link on your iPad and you're too tired to mess with it. She's Furwood Farms in Washington, but there have to be alpaca rescues near you because there's a network all over. You know, I haven't heard of any, but you know, I'll ask. I will ask because, like I said, I do know people who raise alpaca. And I will look into her. What? Oh, thank you. Leave some for me. I'm not going to be too much longer. Oh, actually, it's about that time. But let's stay until we see if people are willing to stay a few more minutes. Till we see if this will all squeeze onto the bobbin. Whoops. Oh man, get that far before I get, oh, there it goes. Sometimes I get a tangle when I apply from both ends of a center pole ball. Yes, I am north of Pittsburgh. Hope Haven Farm that rescues farm animals like alpaca but don't have a farm shop. Okay. And oh, yes, please do. Because I had forgotten about that, about Stash Dash. Perhaps we will see how many. Now, do you have to pick, like knitting or spinning, or can I count my yards for spinning and knitting and weaving? And just total how many yards of yarn I use in that amount of time? Or should I just go look? Go look after you post the links. All fibercrest jumbled together. Perfect. Because anytime I get involved in something where I have to focus on one particular thing, then my inventory numbers get all messed up and I get to warm and woolly season without enough of a certain thing to sell. Q&A video they just posted. Cool. Yeah, when you get a minute, feel free to post that in Discord. That'd be wonderful. Whoops. Uh-oh. It's fallen off of the edge of the bobbin. Eventually, we'll get to the point where it'll stop. Okay, we'll back up a hook. Wind it all back on. Oh goodness, excuse me. And I'll get it wound off into a skein now that my nitty knotty is real. What are you doing? You're not staying where you belong. Scooch down that way. Now that my nitty knotty is repaired, I can wind it off into a skein and see how many yards there are. And then maybe tomorrow night we will knit something from it, or maybe we'll do some more spinning tomorrow night. We will see what I come across over the course of the day. Feels like I should be to the end of this ball by now. I have a little bit yet. This much. Got another little snaggle. See if I can get it untangled without breaking it. And there we go. All done. Alrighty, let's look. Let's see, there's 10 people here. Some of y'all are lurking to be sure. But let's look and see if there's anybody on to raid. Stitching Rat is on. Crafty Sloth is playing a game. Stitching Rat, it says she is doing something in German. But she does speak English as well. And if she knows there are English speakers in chat, she'll speak in English as well. Emote stitching, I think, is what she's doing. Crafty Sloth is playing a game. Crafty K Handy is playing Minecraft. Cora doing Twitch Sings. WoW Grandma 78 playing WoW, obviously, because that's what she does. I am gonna vote for raiding the Stitching Rat. She often comes and spends time here with us, and there's only one person in watching her stream right at the moment. So it might, and I don't know if she's ever been raided before, so let's give her a raid. Alrighty. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thanks for the great conversation, and I love you guys. And I'll see you guys later. I'll be here tomorrow night, about 11 p.m. Eastern Time in the U.S. I'll see you then.